Gotta unmute my mic in time to catch the burp. Okay, caught it. Good morning, Kitsune. 7 months. Subs are monthly, usually. Carby is Angie. Those eyes. Had to break your no Pokeball rule on the Wonder Trade run. Oh, dang! Shiny Chansey is fantastic. Congrats. Boops. Boops for Carby. Boops for Yelp. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm totally organized this morning. I'm on the ball. I got this. Oh no, using my own wife against me. I have not eaten, but I usually don't before stream. That's why I take a break at noon. I have tea. Yeah, so this morning I did a little bit of fabric cutting, but not nearly as much as I need to have done. So we're going to do a little bit just right now because I have that technology. Provolone grilled cheese. Ooh, that sounds good. I mean, Kara can show up on Twitch anytime she wants. She just usually doesn't on Sundays because she's at work. But yeah, we'll start with some fabric cutting and then, I don't know, maybe at noon, maybe somewhat before that, we'll switch over to actual sewing. Depends on how quickly I plow through this. Okay, it's probably easier because I'm right-handed if I flip this around this way. That's better. But yes, hello, welcome to Sunday. Hopefully everyone's had a fairly good week and weekend so far. I mean, I guess also, rather than cutting from the wrong side, I can flip this over so you can actually see what the fabric is. Figuring out how to position it so that it's both comfortable for me to cut and also still in view of the camera. But yeah, heck, congrats on Shiny Chansey. That's a really nice one. It's one of those shinies that it's subtle enough that it looks like really classy and neat without being completely like indistinguishable. Stream, is it a perfect time to remind you that most of Sunday's gone and you should stop playing Factorio and work on a personal project? Oh. I mean, I'm glad at least the timing works. Whether or not the reminder actually works. I could also verbally tell you to stop playing Factorio and go work on a personal project if you would like. I can also tell you to stop playing Factorio and go eat dinner. Or at least prepare to eat dinner. Since it's only, what, 3 over there? But that's approaching dinner time. Easy XP, and then, yeah, the green ear tips, exactly. Dinner will become started in 1 hour? Okay. I will make a mental note. I need to start setting my alarm for 8:45 on Sundays instead of 9, because then I can still hit the snooze button a couple times. And not have to rush to prep for stream. But sleeping is so nice. Sleep is good for the soul. You are correct. Maybe I'll just nap after stream. Naps are also good for the soul. Also, I was surprisingly productive yesterday. I have earned my naps. In between D&D, I did laundry and I did the dishes. And I cleaned stuff. And the laundry that I did was even a bunch of my sweaters, so I had to pull out the drying rack and set that up so that I could hang them all, which I did. Yes, we did finally do a D&D yesterday. Kite should hopefully be here. It was fine. It was fine. There was not any combat. It was mostly like exploration and prepping for combat and like character interaction things. It was great. How you do work alarm set to ensure that 2 snoozes hit. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of how I do my work alarm too. I should also set my stream alarm that way. There we go. 1 sack. Cutting the pile of strips I have first, because that's the easier ones to do. I also have some chunks of fabric that need cut. Don't know that I'll be able to do those on stream because that requires a little bit more maneuvering. We'll see. That might be about the point we decide to break. We'll see. Kite got to add, what, 2 new things to the don't even worry about it list for D&D? There could have been combat? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. They're also on that trip. That is true. Yeah, no, it was good. Everything was fine. We got introduced to, well, the big thing, the big sort of thing that happened, besides a couple like character gifts and item acquisitions, was that Svodar got to introduce his new character properly to me. Kite and Reverb got to meet her previously, but that was the session where Kara and I were at a wedding. And she did not make a fantastic first impression on Bram. Because, you know, so last session we got into a bar fight. um, and had to fight a bunch of bandit thugs, and had managed to capture and tie up two of them. And so when Narthian, Svother's ranger, showed up, um, she was like, okay, well, our next plan of attack is we're going to go, like, try to get into the manor that is their base of operations. So I should question one of these prisoners to try to find out, what we're walking into, what sort of defenses, how many people are there waiting on us. So she goes to question one of them, completely fumbles an intimidation roll. I think it was an intimidation roll, wasn't it? And by completely fumbled, I mean rolled a 1, and then with the bonus, it ended up being a -2. So the bandit was somewhat less than impressed and just tried to bite her. Well, spit on her first. And so she threatened him and was like, okay, look, you see all these corpses of your friends around here. If you don't want to end up like them, you'll tell me what I want to know. And the bandit was not impressed and just tried to bite her. So she stabbed him. Well, she slit his throat in cold blood to follow through on her threat. So my paladin and Kitay's monk were not pleased by that. And Bram went, literally, what the hell? That's not acceptable. We don't do that. And she was just like, well, I made a threat, and I have to follow through when I make a threat. Yeah, so Bram doesn't like her. He's like, okay, she's got her code and follows through on her honor, and that's cool, but I also, like, he literally told her, he's like, you follow through on your honor, and that's fine, but don't forget, I also have mine. So essentially in Bram's mind, he's kind of like, okay, well, she's keen on taking out the red bands, and that's what we're trying to do. So I'll work with her for now, but yeah, he does not like her. He does not trust her. He's kind of planning to ditch her as soon as they're done taking care of the red bands. So this could go real interestingly. I kind of like this dynamic. Bram bristling is interesting. Yay, intra-party conflict. I mean, yeah, like I'm all for intra-party conflict when it's driven by the characters themselves, not the players, and when it creates interesting story pieces and interesting dynamics. I do not mind that whatsoever. Especially when it, like, forces the characters, again, the characters, not the players, to, like, look at their own convictions and rethink their own morals. Because I think what will end up happening is that so part of why Bram is traveling with Glint is he's like, oh, this is a chaotic cat, and if I leave her to her own devices, she's gonna get into so much trouble. But maybe if I stick with her, I can help guide her and teach her, the right, quote unquote, the right path, considering, he's a paladin and helping people is kind of his thing. So he'll probably end up in kind of the same mindset for Narthian. Like, okay, well, maybe if I stick with her, if I let her go on her own way, she might go around stabbing more people. But if I stick with her, maybe I can teach her that there's a better way, is probably how he'll end up thinking about it. Bram is group dad. I love it. I love playing group dad. Oh yeah, no, I don't think it'll come to blows other than, you know, Bram possibly trying to physically restrain her at points if she goes too off. I don't think it'll ever actually come to blows. But it will probably make for some very interesting debates and arguments. Which is also going to be interesting because Bram is a very charismatic and eloquent speaker, and I am not generally, so that might take some finagling. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll cross that gnomish rope bridge when we come to it. I'm actually going to do it that way. It's a little bit easier to line up. She has a charisma of 3. Oh, that's precious. Oh dear. I mean, gotta dump a stat somewhere. This is like why I have a Kobold Artificer that has a strength of 6. Like, she cannot lift feathers. Sometimes that's fun. I mean, Bram's dexterity is only 8. He is not an elegant horse. Oh yeah, the other fun thing that came out of yesterday's session, because it's the middle of the night, well, like 4 a.m. at the point this happens, we were going to approach the ruined, like abandoned manor that the bandits are using as their base. Turns out it's just the entrance to their underground base, but you know. So we're approaching and we don't know, like we don't think they have sentries posted, but we want to be better safe than sorry. We don't really want to light any lights. So, Kitay's Tabaxi and Zvodher's Tiefling both have night vision, or dark vision, whatever it's called. They can see fine. My Centaur and Reverb's human do not. So our solution to this, because we don't want to light any torches or anything, is Kitay has rope, or Light has rope. So Light pulls out the rope and ties it around their waist, and then hands the other end to Landon and Bram, and is like, here, hold on to this, and I'll guide you, like I'll tow you along, basically, and make sure you don't run into anything. Or, you know, fall into any holes. So I was like, oh, Bram is so happy. He's finally got what he always wanted. He has a Tabaxi on a leash. It's not the right Tabaxi. It's not the Tabaxi he wanted to have on a leash, but he has a Tabaxi on a leash. And then we kind of stopped and thought about it, and we're like, okay, but what's actually happening is Bram thinks he has a Tabaxi on a leash, but the reality is that Light just has a horse on a lead rope. Now I just can't get that mental image out of my head. Kara was unfortunately unable to make yesterday's session. She had to work, so Glint, at the very start of the session, went to escort our one remaining living prisoner back to the old elven fighter who was offered to turn a couple of his spare rooms into essentially jail cells. in case we take any prisoners. So she went to escort him back there. So hopefully she'll be able to catch up easily enough at the start of next session. We did find our way into the bandits' underground base. And so we ran across, in the ruins, we ran across a woodcutter from town that Narthian had been sort of staying with. And come to find out the bandits had attacked him and kidnapped his family. So we have to try to rescue his wife and children. When we ended the session, we were in like the first entrance room of their underground base, and listening in one of the doors, we heard his father heard distressed feminine voices. So we suspect we have found them. So next session will probably begin, hopefully, with Glint catching back up and then a dramatic rescue mission. Which, Randus, I'm sure this is something you've already thought about and have noted, but just in case, can we just do a blanket, no harm will come to the children, no matter what the dice say? Because that's a thing. Oh, Narthian's not staying there, but once a month while in town she stops by for dinner. Okay. Because I had missed Narthian's sort of introduction session, I wasn't exactly clear on that. Either way, she's friends with the woodcutter and family. Thank you, Randus. Also, kind of in the same category for Mint. Like, it's one thing if Kara starts sending Mint into battle, but can we do a blanket, like, no random events of Glint, or of Mint getting just, like, shot off her shoulder? Because Mint is now, like, party mascot kind of thing. They're so goddamn cute. I don't know how you made a skull suspended in slime. Oh, right! Okay, I thought I had briefly mentioned this last time. Okay, so when Bram and Glint had to, when Kara and I had to miss a session for the wedding, the way that we worked that is that Bram had run into a couple old friends of his from his backstory, and they were on their way to, from the town we were in, because they were trying to track down Bram for reasons, and they were headed off to another city where they were going to be settling. And because of all the dragon activity and all of the bandits in the area, Bram was like, okay, it's not safe traveling around here right now. How about I escort you, essentially as far as the next, major fork in the path, because beyond that you should be okay, but let me at least escort you that far. And Glint came with him. So that was fine. They escorted the Dragonborn to the point where they would be able to travel on safely by themselves. And Bram and Glint turned back to head back into Phandalin. And on their way back, they came across a corpse? Like half a corpse? Like more like a couple of limbs suspended in a block of ice, with a giant bite chunk taken out of it. And turns out this was the thief. I still don't quite know what happened, but turns out, long way around, this was the thief that had killed Bezlik, Svelder's previous character, and gotten away with Landon's spellbook, which Bram and Glint did not know at the time, but they were able to recover the spellbook. And the thief also had, like, a leather bag with something in it. So, of course, Glint, being a tabaxi, was like, ooh, I'm gonna investigate, and opens the bag, and inside the bag is a skull. A skull of indeterminate origin. We did a couple of rolls, and could not tell what species it came from. And there was a gem in one of the, like, embedded into one of the eye sockets. And so again, Glint, being a tabaxi, was like, ooh, shiny, and reached for the gem. And yeah, free skull. And as soon as she reached into the bag, Newt's safety bubble is spelled out. Yay, thank you. She heard a voice in her head just go, Mama? Turns out Glint's afraid of ghosts, so she, like, jumped and poof exploded. But luckily, this is not a ghost. This is a ice cube slime, like a baby ice cube slime, where it's essentially just a little, like, it's a skull suspended in greenish bluish gel. It is a baby slime that has now psychically bonded itself to Glint. So therefore she has named it Mint, which is not confusing at all, and it's just precious. And yeah, so they ride around on Glint's shoulder, because they can kind of, like, ooze their way up her arm and then just kind of glue themselves to her shoulder. So yeah, she just has a little slime that rides around on her shoulder. It's no big deal. Mint can talk, but only to Glint because of the psychic bond. None of the rest of us can hear them. Yeah, they're precious. Yeah, exactly. If anything bad happens to Mint, I'll cry. When we were gonna go, when we got back to town and had made the plan to go, okay, let's go try to take out these bandits, but let's go in the middle of the night. We decided it was probably best to try to get some rest rather than staying up all night. And we wanted to try to head out of the inn at around midnight-ish. So because Mint doesn't really need to sleep, Glint just kind of plopped them in the windowsill and went, okay, there's the moon. Watch the moon. When the moon gets up to here, it points up, please wake us up. And when Mint tries to nod, because they're a skull embedded in slime, when they nod, the entire skull just kind of starts rotating inside the slime. It's so precious. So yeah, they sat in the windowsill and stared at the moon. And then when it got high enough, they woke Glint up by screaming in her brain. Because that was all they could think to do to wake her up. But it worked very well. So we have learned Mint is an effective alarm clock. They were off by like an hour. It ended up being like 1 a.m. because moon timing is not precise, but they did their best and they were good. We love them. Mint is amazing. Oh yeah, because I think I didn't end up streaming the day after that session. So yeah, that was 2 sessions ago. So yeah, fun times in D&D land. Come back here. Kite got, or Light got their in-game birthday present yesterday in the form of a gift from a squirrel, which really just confused Bram. He's just kind of like, alright, I guess Light talks to squirrels now, this is fine. This might as well happen. Luckily with cutting these for hexagons, I don't have to be terribly precise with them. Because they're gonna get wrapped around an hexagon shape anyhow. Oh yeah, that's right! I think it was Glint, actually, that fed them the chicken wings. But yeah, now there's just a couple chicken bones floating around. And Mint put them into an X across the MPI socket, like a pirate. Yar. I love Mint. Are the bones just kind of in there now, or will they eventually dissolve? Ah, that was also Reverb's birthday thing. Excellent. I thought that might be the case. I mean, presumably if Mint gets tired of the bones, or if bones start accumulating, they can just spit them out. But for the moment, they're amusing. I'm just thinking if we keep feeding them chicken wings, there will eventually be an accumulation of chicken wing bones. She becomes a chicken. Maybe. Just reassemble a chicken to float around inside Mint. It's a pet for the pet. Mint is our pet and the skeletal chicken is Mint's pet. It's fine. Also, good morning, Yalk. I don't remember if I said that when you first popped up or not. I was in the middle of a ramble. I mean, technically slimes are genderless, and Mint even asked if, Glint even asked if Mint had a preferred gender, and Mint was just, what's a gender? So we've been kind of referring to him with like interchangeable pronouns. Mint does not seem to mind. The slime slowly animates an entire skeleton. Exactly! By the time they get a little bit bigger, they've just got an entire chicken skeleton body with their skull on top. Oh, that's precious. Kara was there yesterday. Mint was going to volunteer to help clean up the mess and then just start to eat the hand of the dead guy that stabbed Glint. I help! You do help, Mint. Very good. I am slightly worried that we now have these two chaos creatures psychically bonded to each other, but I'm sure it'll be fine. It won't create a feedback loop at all. Mint, we need you to hide a body. Exactly! And don't worry about it too much, Randus. I'm sure it's like... I'm sure slimes live, like, forever, right? So it would probably take longer than Glint's lifespan for it to get noticeably larger. I mean, unless we do start feeding it entire dead bodies. I don't think we can create a feedback loop. It's too late. They've already made it, and we're just now operating the feedback loop. Yeah, that sounds right. We're just trying to mitigate the damage on the feedback loop. Ooze equals the amount of food given. Okay, so if we start using Mint to hide entire bodies, then we might have a bigger Mint. Otherwise, it's just the occasional chicken wings. It's fine. Just imagine if Bram bonded with Mint instead. I know, right? I don't think Bram would have actually reached into the bag, though. If Glint hadn't, his idea was like, we should give whoever this is a proper burial, and he was just going to bury the entire bag and skull included without reaching into it. So if it gets bigger, does it stop being Mint and become maxed? Maybe. I feel like if Bram had bonded with Mint, he would have just been like, oh, yet more child. Okay, I will take care of this one too. He really is group dad. Yeah, I don't know. I think he probably would have left it in the bag as sort of burial clothes / leaving it a little bit of dignity. I don't know. Something along those lines. But let's be real, as soon as she saw the gem, Glint was always going to reach for the shiny. Even if Bram did have a hold of the bag and was like, we should bury this, Glint would have been like, but we should take the gem out first. Ah, and then Narthian would have had a shot at mint. Interesting. Nifty. I probably need to get a new blade for this. Or rather, I have a new blade. I just need to pull it out of my drawer and put it on. Blade's not chipped or anything, but it is starting to go a little dull. That person rejected the bond. I would have just started following them around anyway. Oh no, that's adorable. The slime that follows. Also, hey Merlin, good morning. How is your vacation? I hope you are having a real good time. Also, I don't remember exactly what day your birthday is, but happy birthday. / belated, if it is past. Don't remember exactly what day it falls on. Oh, it's today! Fuck! Happy birthday, Merlin! Go spend it partying, not hanging out with us. Making a mental note for next year, December 4th. Honey Belly Handmade is following. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. I do patchwork and sewing most every Sunday, so thank you. Ooh, a question. Questions are good. Ah, birthday cookies for Carby. Excellent. I am here for questioning. Congrats on the nephew. December 4th is a good birthday. Kara might be. It would depend very much on the schedule though, because their work schedule is so, like if you're talking about joining a static, it would really depend on what the schedule is. I'm not super interested in Savage, personally, but Kara might be. Again, depending on what day and what schedule. Nephews are great. I actually just had a baby nephew born myself about a month ago. On November 2nd. I should go check Facebook. There's probably new pictures up. Baby Loki. Oh, small and sweet. Well, congrats. And all the happy health to both Bobby and Mama. Brandis, now I'm just imagining Mint as like Mint is a persistence predator. You can try to run, but they will continue to follow, and they don't need rest. They will just catch up very slowly. Just, you wake up in your in-room. Mint is perched in the windowsill. Mama! You scream and run away. 2 days later, Mint catches up again. Mama! Suddenly, the D&D campaign is a comedy / survivalist horror. Aww. 2 bio daughters and 3 stepdaughters, so this is the first boy. Aww. Congrats to him. Mint can also hide in the skull. Aww. I kind of presumed that, since that's how we found them. I figured that was kind of like a dormant state of some sort. Yeah, come on. Nope, flatten out fabric. I know I should have ironed you first. There we go. This is fine. I can iron them after. This actually is Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. I have a game every other Saturday that Randus in chat is the DM for. And a couple of my other usual chat members are players. So we tend to give recaps to everybody else after our sessions. It's a lot of fun. It's a good, I mean, like, even if you don't know, or if you don't feel like you're into fantasy or anything like that, it's a fun storytelling mechanic. Each of us has our characters, and we just get to sit around and make fun stories together. It's fantastic. Yeah, Mint is our new pet slime. And they're called Mint because they're jelly minty green. Yeah, exactly. Sunday stream is 50% crafting, 50% listening to D&D froth. Exactly, Kitsune. Unless we didn't have a session the day before. Although even then, we still usually wind up circling around to talk about D&D, at least for a little bit. Dungeons and Dragons and Final Fantasy XIV are kind of the 2 constant topics in this chat. Well, and Pokemon lately. Gelatinous ice cube, that's what they are. But basically a slime. tired Miller. Oh. I feel like 50% of Miller's pics are him just flopped out sleepy somewhere, though. For being a German Shepherd, he seems to be a very low energy doggo. Unless he... Does he, like, get his energy out all at once and then kind of spends the rest of the day flopped? Or is it just that you don't take as many pictures of him when he's busy zooming around? Give them mini grandma treats behind the party's back. I'm sure Mint would love that. Being a doggo is hard work. Oh, sure, we're gonna look over one day and Mint is just gonna be suddenly about twice as big. And we're like, Glint, what happened? And Glint's like, I don't know, I just kept giving them cheese. Exactly. Mint names someone. Me. Wonderful, beautiful, what a good baby. Have a Werther's original. Yeah, that sounds right. They do eat meat. We may use them to hide bodies. Doesn't seem like a good idea, but it would work. Yes, occasional zoomies when a tennis ball is thrown or it's time for walkies. But is definitely a dog that does not mind taking an 8-hour stretch of naps in a sunbeam. Aww. Miller's so good. Pan off Mint as a hamster-sized slime, pan back and they're human-sized and human-shaped. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I can also see that Randus is taking notes. Probably. Everything is fine. Nothing to worry about. 2.5. That's the line I want. As much as I've been talking, I'm kind of impressed I haven't miscut one of these yet. Not that it's hard to line up squares. Always be cube-shaped as a baseline. Excellent. I'm not sure I want the uncanny valley of a humanoid slime anyway. They still talk like a baby, or they suddenly speak perfect adult common? Ooh. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure I like either of those. I mean, only Glint would have to deal with it. Because only Glint can hear them. Who doesn't want a 10-foot tall cube just moving around town? Can you imagine? We end up staying in town. Because we're, you know, working on the dragon problem. We kind of become known around town as, oh yeah, that's the group of adventurers that are trying to deal with the dragon. Oh yeah, and then that's their 10-foot cube. Don't even worry about it. He's mostly friendly and hardly tries to eat anyone at all. The dragon problem seems second to shenanigans. Well, the thing is, the dragon problem is less immediate. Basically there's a white dragon that's like making a nest in the nearby mountains. And so we figure that we need to take care of it before it becomes a bigger problem. but considering the town is currently overrun with this band of bandits that are extorting people and now kidnapping people, apparently, we kind of figured that's the more immediate threat, and that the dragon can probably wait a little bit. But if we leave to go take care of the dragons, there might not be a town left when we come back if we don't take care of the bandits. So we should probably take care of the bandits, is kind of where we're at. We've had 10 days since the last cube incident. I love it. Feed the dragon to the cube. Oh, I like this idea. I like that idea. I will have to bring that up to Kara. Seems totally viable. It's fine. Realistically, if your town has a full adventuring party with a 10-foot cube pet, what are you going to do about it? Call for another adventuring party with a bigger cube to fight them? We've got the biggest cube around. It's a benevolent cube. It's fine. Oh no. Roll a d20. New day. Where's Cryovane? I do not have my dice in reach. But when I get up... 6? Perfect. There we go. I was going to say when I get up I can roll 1. But perfect. Thank you. It does not have to be a player. Brandis just said someone. Rolled a 27, your die... Yeah, your die might be broken. Or the font on it is wacky. Because I have definitely seen some D20s with some weird fonts. I wonder if Roman numeral D20s are a thing. Yes, this is a jelly roll. See if I can piece this together. It's called Fresh as a Daisy. I don't know what studio. Casually piecing together all of my salvage edges. Aha! Maywood Studio. Called Fresh as a Daisy. So the pattern that I'm working on is that one that's... that one over there. And my colorway is roughly blue and green and orange. It is for my brother and sister-in-law, and they've got like very rustic, sort of old farmhousey feel. Yeah, so I'm just cutting a bunch of fabric to have prepped for blocks for that quilt. Roman numeral D20s on Etsy. Ooh. That feels like exactly the sort of archaic niche nonsense I need to have in my life. What a good dragon name. Exactly. I don't think Randus came up with it, though. I think that is the... I think that's the dragon name that was from the module. Oh no! I have to reach over. I got this. Verb. Cold-blooded, but considering it's a dragon, cold and literally vain. also seems very appropriate. I mean, part of the reason that I chose this particular pattern is because I could use jelly rolls. I have, sorry, I have the usual quilter habit where I have an entire, like, shelf of jelly rolls that I have bought because I liked them, or they were on sale. And I didn't have a plan to use them. I just bought them. But I like doing hexagon quilts, and 2.5 is pretty much the perfect size. So I've been using a lot of my jelly rolls for hexagon quilts. Ooh, baby's first sewing machine. That's exciting. I do have a machine. Usually when I'm on stream, I'm doing hand sewing because my machine is too noisy. Jelly roll quilts can be really fun, especially if you find the right pattern. Because it's just, you know, it's stripes. You can layer stripes together, or layer stripes together and then cut them and like rearrange them. There's some really neat things you can do. I find that jelly rolls, if you like an entire line of fabric, jelly rolls are a really nice way to get some of each of it, like some of every fabric in the line, without having to break the bank to do it. Because fabric can get really expensive really fast. But again, it depends on your style of sewing too. Like, I know some people really hate scrap quilting and they want to have everything planned out and buy exactly the amount of fabric that they need to be able to cut up for a specific quilt, which is totally fine. I'm just definitely one of those people where I prefer to build my stash first by just kind of buying what I like and then seeing what I can do with it. I really enjoy scrap quilting, which is not for everyone. Ah, perfect size for what you want, but not the right prints. I mean, you can get jelly rolls in a lot of different prints. Accidentally spent your rent money on buying fabric? Ah, yeah. Yeah, you gotta be real careful on that. Are you leaning more toward, like, sewing for clothing or, like, quilting? I mean, you can definitely also do both. This is the same print, right? Yes, it is. Okay. That is the one limitation of jelly rolls, is that sometimes you get 2 strips of a fabric and sometimes you get 1. And there's usually not a way to know ahead of time. But again, that's part of what makes scrap quilting fun for me. Brothers are excellent. A brother is what I have right now too. I really, really like brother machines. Don't remember exactly what model mine is. Squinting. 8. Oh, I can't read that from here. But yeah, brothers are excellent. I find that they're really reliable too, especially for the price point. Nope, that did not cut. Nope. There we go. Wow, making and selling accessories for people with disabilities like yours. Already accessories on Etsy, but the prints are very crowd pleasing. Want weird and wacky. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, that sounds fantastic. In that case, I wish you luck finding the correct fabrics. Rainbow slimes, pastel pills, possums, metallic bees. Oh my god, possums! Yes! Excellent. Ah, Spoonflower. Yeah, that's a great place to go to try to find. I wish that they would offer, like, I wish Spoonflower offered, like, jelly roll cuts or whatever. I can see why they don't, because it would just be so much more work on the fulfillment end, but it would be really nice. Rather than just having to buy a bold roll. Possum Palooza. Oh. Nieces and nephews are also good test subjects. I mean, yeah. Note to self, I need to finish my nephew's baby quilt before I go see him in February. It's fine, I've got plenty of time. Maybe I'll do that this afternoon, after I'm done streaming. Actually pull out my machine and work on that for a while. Goodness. Traffic is loud today. Oh, my camera's doing the thing again. 1 second. Keep forgetting I have to turn off the auto wipe valve. I want to move that. Family keeps stealing her? I thought she was still on vacation. Take your video. There we go. Camera control. Turn off autofocus. Turn off auto exposure. There we go. Maria, why are your wrists wrapped in bubble wrap? Did you pull a Yalk? Yalk. Yalk, have you tried compression gloves? Jade uses them when her hands start acting up. And she says that they work really, really well. I should actually get a pair for myself. I just haven't had a chance to yet. That back. Yeah, you definitely should, because that can help. Because they basically just support, right? So it can help minimize injury before the fact and then also support injury after the fact. Jade uses them to deal with her arthritis, and it works really well. Problem would be finding ones in your size. Maybe. Maybe not as hard as you think. Not if you look online. I can ask Jade what brand hers are. Although I don't know if they're actually branded or not. Yelk has thick giant hands. I'm sure there's somebody that makes them in a range of sizes. A lot of people that swear by compression socks. Yeah, exactly. Compression gloves are the exact same idea, except it helps support your wrist and your tendons and stuff that run through your hands. And they're usually fingerless, so they don't impair your touch or your dexterity at all. They just help support the wrist and other associated stretchy bits. Maybe I'll ask for a pair for Christmas. It's not a bad idea. Also, Kitsune, it's been an hour. Are you prepping for dinner? / what is for dinner? So many stretchy bits. Yeah. Hands are weird, yo. More bread? I hope more bread. Ooh, also, yeah, Yalk, congrats on your arriving bread maker. You'll have to let us know how your bread adventures go. Won't be here for another week? Oh no! Not gonna lie, I'm really tempted to get a bread machine for myself. Or I guess for me and Kara. Because I do like baking. And we never, whenever we buy bread at the store, we only get through half the loaf before it goes bad. So being able to make smaller loaves. Pardon me. Get compression gloves. Yeah, but if they help you feel better, and help you from, further strain and injury, you could probably add stuff on top too. The compression gloves themselves need to stay stretchy, but you could wrap things around after you have them on. To brighten them up a bit. More like a bread mound. Climbing Bread Mountain, Charlie. Wait. Best Evie? Potentially? I always struggle. Oh no, neither one of us got it. Boo. I always struggle with picking my favorite evolution. It really changes depending on how I feel that day. I do really like Vaporeon. I really like Espeon. I really like Leafeon. Those are probably my top 3. But out of those 3, I don't know that I could pick which one I like best. I guess it's best from each generation, right? I like Vaporeon the best of the 3 from Kanto. I like Espeon better of the 2 from Johto, and I like Leafeon the better of the 2 from Sinnoh. And I can't narrow it down further than that. Eevee Mood Ring? Yeah, sure. It all depends. Sylveon? I mean, Sylveon is good. It's just not my favorite. I don't dislike any of them, to be honest. So you know how last week I was talking about I really like watching fire burn and like I love watching campfires and fireplaces and stuff? And how I was disappointed that so many of the like fireplace videos on YouTube are actually loops. Like they don't show a fireplace actually burning. They just show a loop of fire going, or it's an electronic fireplace, which is fine if that's what you want, but part of why I like watching fireplaces burn is I like watching the way that the wood is consumed and like how that the process of it going from wood to ash and then adding more wood, that sort of thing. Yeah, I think it might have been after you had to leave for D&D last Tuesday or Wednesday. But yeah, I really like watching fireplaces, specifically like the way that the wood burns. And so many of the videos on YouTube and stuff are just loops that don't get that effect. But I found like one YouTuber that actually films real bonfires with no cuts and no edits of just a couple hours each of him feeding wood in, and they're beautiful. And I would love to be able to film those sorts of things myself, but I don't have a fireplace, and I live in the middle of the city with unfortunately no access to anywhere that I could do like a bonfire or a campfire. Up until next summer, when I go out to Jade's parents' cabin again. I'm planning to do some hopefully fire filming then. But I also realized that sort of along the same lines, and probably for the same reasons, I also really enjoy watching candles burn. Again, for the same reasons of like watching the way that the candle like diminishes and watching the way that the wax flows and stuff is just really meditative and relaxing for me. So I asked Kara for a camcorder for Christmas, And I think I'm gonna start filming candle burns of like, you know, 2, 3, 4 hours, however long, of just watching a candle slowly burn down. I feel like this is going to be I feel like it's got to be a niche thing that I'm not the only one that would enjoy watching that. So I'm probably going to start a second YouTube channel for it because we've been over this. I am a pyromaniac. I'm not an arsonist. This is my definition. I will not set things on fire that are not supposed to be on fire and are not safe to set on fire. Yeah, ADHD brain stuff. It's just, I don't know. Watching it's a weird focus tool, and I just like watching the progression of things. But I also had the thought of like going to either online or like going to Value Village, Goodwill, and finding like the weird shaped candles and like bizarre like the weird Santa Claus candles that you can find for Christmas, or like seashell shaped candles or whatever, and doing videos watching those burn and the weird ways that I'm sure they melt would be really fun and interesting. So yeah, I'm probably gonna start a second YouTube channel for that. I just need to figure out what I'm gonna call it. Yeah, it'll be, yeah, exactly, like number candles or word candles. Just videos of like I'll have some normal candles if that's what you want to watch, but then I'll also have videos of watching weird shaped candles burn just to see what they do. Yeah, actually the birthday number candles are, because nobody ever actually lets them burn all the way down, right? They light them for the birthday cake, they take their photos, they blow them out, and then they throw them away. Nobody ever lets them burn all the way down. So if you do let it burn all the way down, what does it do? It probably looks hella weird. I found one at our Dollar Tree that is on the slate to probably be one of the first ones I film. That's a Christmas tree shape. It's like that tall. It's like weird, like swoopy pine tree branches, and the whole thing is spray painted like a metallic silver. So that one's gonna be really interesting to watch burn. That'll probably be one of the first ones I do once I actually have the camera. Seeing one that was S-shaped and the wick followed the shape. Ooh, yeah, that'd be really interesting. So yeah, if anyone finds any leads for like really cheap, not even cheap, but like just really weird shaped candles that they want to suggest, by all means. There's some on Etsy that are like cat shaped that I'm probably gonna buy on next payday, or you know, in a while, because the videos will take a while to come out. I don't need to buy all the candles immediately. I'm just kind of gathering ideas. And the cat-shaped ones are definitely on my list. And yeah, and then I was also thinking, because like I have my glitter lamp, I could do videos of just watching my glitter lamp for a while. It's just the idea of things you can have on in the background. They're like widget toys for your eyes, kind of, is the vibe. Make a joke here, but don't want Sasha to come after you. Okay. She might be the actual pyromaniac in the house. Because for a while, when we first got her, every time Kara and I left the house, like for the weekend, and left Jade home by herself with Sasha, something in the neighborhood caught on fire. So, like, right after we got Sasha, a couple months after we got Sasha, Kara and I left for the weekend to go to an anime convention. We're gone for, Thursday through Sunday? And over the course of that weekend, the apartment block right next to ours caught on fire. To the point where Jade actually evacuated to her mom's house for a night because they weren't sure whether or not it would catch our building on fire. And then there was another time where Kara and I I think it was when Kara and I were on our honeymoon. Something else in the neighborhood, like within a block of us, caught on fire. So we just kind of joke that it's Sasha causing it because she's mad that we left. I mean, it's all just coincidences, but it's kind of weird coincidences. So yeah, the house joke is that Sasha's the pyro here. That's part of why when I made my Sasha alt on Final Fantasy XIV, her name is Sasha Ifrit. Because the thing with the Miko Seekers of the Sun is that the girls, their family name is actually their father's name. So the implication is that Sasha's father is the Fire Primal Ifrit. Because why not? Seems logical. Is it Sasha or is it Jade? I mean, considering how much anxiety the fires were causing Jade, I do not think it was Jade. If it was extremely subconscious. That's kind of why we assume it was Sasha instead. SJ's flaming eye widgets. I don't know that I'll make that the channel name, but I could put that on t-shirts. Flaming eye widgets. I mean, it's not the worst name I've come up with. I've been trying to come up with a name for like a week ever since I had this idea, and I've not come up with anything good. So if anyone actually has any ideas, by all means, please suggest them. I do like SJ's flaming eye widgets, though. The one idea that I had that I kind of liked, that might be a little bit too on the nose, was burn the concern. Because I'm gonna be burning cursed candles, partially. But also, it's an anxiety relief and meditation thing, so I'm literally burning away my concerns. But I don't know, I'm not totally sold on that one, if I can come up with something better. Because I'm just thinking, I'm kind of thinking I might branch out into, like, nature walk videos and stuff like that, too, if I have the handheld cam. And I end up, like, liking it and figuring out how to use it well. So I don't want to lock myself into, like, just fire videos, but also it'll probably be mostly fire videos, at least at the beginning. So I don't know. I don't know if I want to go with something more generic. Thing I used to do was candle making, where I would 3D print casts that I would use 2 parts silicone to make molds up to make candles with. Yeah, that's totally an idea. I have considered that for resin stuff as well. You can actually buy a lot of weird silicone molds already on Etsy and places. My only problem is I don't have a 3D printer. It would be interesting to like find like the weird little figurines that you can find at oh yeah, that was already the plan, Brandis, that I would mute any background noise and just play soothing music, or like just ambient noise. Yeah, that was already the plan. There is merit to the idea of like finding weird, like bizarre little figurines from Value Village and using silicone to make molds of those and then turn them into candles for burning. The problem, and I do actually have candle making supplies and candle making experience. I know how to make candles. The problem is because I don't have a, well, I have my craft room now. I could get a hot plate and do candle making in here. When I was doing it before, I was having to do it down in the kitchen, which was not super ideal. But if I got just like a little portable hot plate, I could do it up here. We have 2 extra 3D printers that are just sitting on a shelf? How? How does one just acquire extra 3D printers? Is this like the time that Kara and I just acquired a grill that we couldn't use? That's actually a funny story though. So, at Kara's old job, she was in her union, and she was a union steward. So every year they would have like a weekend conference for all the union stewards, just for like education and classes and making sure everybody was up to date on what was going on with the union, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And I would usually go along because they allowed a +1. I didn't attend any of the conference stuff, but it was like a mini vacation for me. I would go and just hang out in the hotel room and sew and write, and just kind of chill for a weekend away from home. It was really nice. But they would always have like a big dinner on the Sunday night to sort of wrap up the conference, and that your +1 was allowed to go to that, so I always went to the dinner. And they would do like raffles and stuff of, you know, $5 will get you a raffle ticket on all these prizes or whatever. So one year Kara and I won like a propane gas grill, like a hamburger barbecue grill. And I mean, it was the box was probably the size of this cutting mat. Like, it was not small. Luckily, that was the year that we had driven up with a friend and not taken the train. So we didn't really have a problem getting it home. It was fine. We just shoved it in the back of her friend's car. The problem was that we live in a townhouse on the 2nd and 3rd floor, and we're not allowed to have grills. Like, we have a balcony, but because the overhang is so low and because of fire hazard and such, there's a condition on our lease that we are not allowed to have grills out on that porch. So we just had a spare grill that we had acquired for free. We kept saying we were going to sell it on Kijiji, which is like the local version of Craigslist, and had just never gotten around to it. And then one day I overheard one of my coworkers saying that she was looking for a grill. So I was like, oh, hey, fun fact. We have one. We'll sell it to you for like $50. She was like, oh my God, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, like we literally got it for free. Well, I mean, I guess technically we paid $5 for it for the raffle ticket, but whatever. It's literally been sitting in our house for like 2 years. Still in the box. We never unpacked it because we can't use it without violating our lease. Yeah. Like, I double checked with Kaylee and she was like, yeah, we're not using it. Please just get it out of our house. So my coworker ended up paying me $75 for it because she's a sweetheart and I love her. And also they were getting I looked it up, it was like a $500 grill for $75. I wasn't gonna make her pay that much for it. Again, it's literally just taking up space. We didn't care that much. And like I said, I really like Iria, and I wanted her to have a grill. So now it is getting use. Send it to the cabin with Jade. They already have one. Like, they already had a really, really nice one. We thought of that. We actually did offer it to her parents, and they were like, no, we've already got one. Four for now? Oh my. Why does that feel like a threat? Vaguely ominous 3D printing. It's waiting for Yelp to get a 3D printer for exotic materials. Man, one thing I would love to get that I probably never will. They make what are basically, so if you've heard of like the Cricut machines for scrapbooking, where it's essentially like a mini encased cutter, but specifically for, it's like a laser cutter, but specifically for paper, that a lot of like scrapbookers or sticker makers use. There's actually a version of that that's specifically for fabric, where you basically stick fabric onto a specialized backing and then feed it through this machine, and it will die cut whatever shape you want out of the fabric. I would probably just use it for squares, but it would save me a lot of cutting time. Make a fifth 3D printer printed from the others. I mean, that's already kind of a thing. You can 3D print parts for other 3D printers. Glass FDM? How? Wouldn't that have to be molten? That does not seem safe. Or possible, because isn't molten glass also extremely goopy? So how would it keep shape? Unless it was like cooled as soon as it was extruded and like flash frozen into place, but how would that even work? About as goopy as thermoplastic? Huh. Interesting. Also, Kitsune, eat. Do not make us pull out Kara's GIF. You should find a dinner. And or a bread. They are not mutually exclusive. There we go. Thank you, Randus. sort of jumping topics, but not really. Y'all, was it you that was recommending like a Presto pot? Because I was considering getting like a Presto pot or an Instant Pot for Kara for Christmas. But I don't know what the difference is. Or is it just two brand names for the same thing? And I remember one of you guys was recommending one to me, but I don't remember who and I don't remember which one. Okay, they are different things. Because one of them is heat and the other one is pressure, right? Like one of them's essentially a small pressure cooker. "15 minutes away from finishing this build and then Kitswell food." Okay, we'll hold you to that. Presto pots are temperature controlled electric pots and Instapots are electronically controlled pressure cooker. Okay. So what's the difference between a Presto pot and a slow cooker? Higher heat? Or is it that Presto pot is metal, whereas like a slow cooker is usually ceramic inside metal, but like the food is actually in the ceramic in that case? Presto pots are great for deep frying or double boiling. Okay. A sous vide is the most out there thing in your kitchen. No, that's fair. I'm trying to decide if Kara would actually use it, and I don't know if she would or not. I might just go with my original idea, because she's also wanting a, like an e-reader. And she's got her eye on a very specific one, so I might just order her the e-reader. And call it Christmas and birthday. Slow cookers are typically more insulated with ceramic, Presto or pure metal. Okay, that's what I thought. Slow cookers also typically only have 3 temperature settings, while Presto has the full range of you can set your temperature. Okay, okay. So Presto pot is essentially just like a pot on the stove, but you don't have to heat up the stove. You can just, it's a self-contained, you can just turn it on. But you would be able to achieve all of the same things in that you would achieve on a pot on the stove, essentially. Except with more precise temperatures, since our burners don't actually have settable temperatures. They just have a range. Yeah. That's just what I was coming to. That had just occurred to me. Better than a stove because it has a built-in thermostat. Because the burner is built into the pot, it's more energy efficient. Oh, that makes sense too. But then something like a Instant Pot, because it's a pressure cooker, you would actually be able to achieve different methods of cooking with that. Like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, I'm trying to think of what Kara would actually get the most use out of. But I also don't know enough about cooking to know what you use a pressure cooker for. I might have to actually do some research. You get more functionality in an Instapot. That's kind of what I was thinking. Because you could do different things than what you could on the stove. And if you want to do stove things, you can just do the stove. Pressure cookers are used for cooking things like tough meats fast. Okay. Pressure cookers are great. They increase the boiling point of water and increase heat transfer through higher pressure. So something that normally takes 5 hours to cook, like stew, only takes an hour. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Because you can control temperature electronically, you can do a lot of stuff, like use it as a rice cooker, a yogurt maker, a soup warmer, a steamer, etc. Okay, 50. We actually do have a rice cooker already, because fuck trying to do rice on the stove. And she does love the rice cooker, because it's just so much easier. Okay, okay. Something to keep in mind then. Yeah, the one we have is really nice. It's a small one, but usually we're only making rice for the two of us, so we don't need a big one. Pressure cooker rice is actually better than a regular rice cooker rice. It's more water efficient and makes it fluffier. Ooh, that's neat. Okay. Alright, so that's the last of my jelly roll strips. I do have more stuff to cut. That's why I got Bread Friend. It's possible to do without, but it just makes it so much easier. Right? Ooh, maybe I should just get her a bread maker. The bread maker would be more for me, though. Also, your kitchen is tiny and has already flowed over to your living room. Oh no. Okay. So I do have more stuff to cut. The problem is I would need to get my longer ruler, which is all the way over there. What if you get both bread and soup? I think the bread maker is definitely in our future. It's just a matter of whether I get it for Christmas or not. And again, that would kind of be more of something I'm buying for me than buying for Kara. Okay. Do I want to take my break, or do I just want to get up and get the thingy? Like, I can stand in the middle of it and almost touch all four walls. Ooh, that is very small for a kitchen. I mean, yeah, bachelor apartment, but come on, give you a decent kitchen. Ours is somewhat bigger than that. Ours is like one of the long, narrow galley kitchens. But it's decently sized. There's enough room for Kara and I to both move around in it, luckily. You need to post the GIF again? What, the self-Kara GIF? Okay. I will take my break a little bit early. We're a couple minutes early, but I will run and grab more tea. Grab my ruler. And do I want to switch over to sewing, or do I want to do some more cutting? I was kind of planning to switch over to selling at noon, but I do have plenty left to cut. We can keep cutting for a little bit, and then I can switch later if I decide I want to. Okay, but yes, I am going to take a slight break. Everybody else, get up, stretch. Yes, put food in the mouth hole. Put it in your mouth. Just put it in your mouth. Alright, yes, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Everyone just chill. Watch cats. Gotta unmute for the bird. 1 second. Still situating. Sorry, Kitsune, I did not mean to make you jump. There we go. Can you jump? You're like, whoops! Yep, sorry. That was my burp clock. There we go. You appear to be minorly high-strung. Foxes usually are, aren't they? It's just kind of a fox thing. There we go. Line the grid up with the camera. This is fine. Okay. I did grab Fox friend jumped at the bird, hoping for a snack. Oh no. Oh, I already had some strips cut for this one. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Here we go. That's the side I want. Pardon me. Don't mind me, I just swallowed like 3 leftover chicken fingers in the space of 5 minutes. Everything is fine. They aren't left over anymore. That's true. I ate them. That means they are current chicken fingers. Or I guess past chicken fingers. They no longer exist at all. Except as highly nutritious stomach contents. SJ used exactly. SJ used leftovers and regained some health. And again, the nice thing is because these are going to be used for hexagons, they don't have to be super precise. Are chicken fingers tiny? How do you even find any meat on them? I don't know. You'd think chicken fingers would just be feathers. But somehow, the box says chicken fingers. I remember as a kid being like, but chickens don't even have fingers. And my mom just kind of rolling her eyes and sighing. Like, child, why are you like this? So I do have more of this, but I have a decent amount of this one cut already. So let's do one of the other new ones that I haven't cut any of yet. Still trying to find that winged buffalo they keep talking about. I know, right? There's so many buffalo wings around. You'd think that they would be less rare. Open. Here we go. Just fling the plastic, it's fine. Oh, I like this one. It says obviously you can't really tell the texture on camera, but this has a really, really nice fabric texture. It's really nice to touch. Let's flip this around. I need the square one at the moment. This might be the bit that's too difficult to do on my lap board, but we'll see. Actually, it should be all right. considering these are just quarter yards. They fit nicely onto my cutting mat. It's just a matter of keeping my cut straight. Okay, 2.5 roughly. Everybody's got a water buffalo. Yours is fast, but mine is slow. Where they come from, I don't know, but everybody's got a water buffalo. Everything's fine, you heard nothing. Look, the Southern Baptist roots really stick, okay? Logged into your last fantasy? Oh no. Well, I hope it lasts a really long time then. Which, at the rate it's going, it should. Oh, come on, fabric. Five, there we go. $35 years so far? Wow. I think your last fantasy has lasted longer than you have. Here we go. There we go. It's a well-loved fantasy, that's true. to call enough on that one. Can always cut more later. I managed to refold it properly. There we go, close enough. Oh, Matoya. She is fantastic. Will not post spoilers in chat. I mean, I do not mind that. I have well past Heaven's Word until Twitch gives us a Discord spoiler system. That's fair. Yeah, I'm also trying to think of what sad news you would have learned around about then. Kindred's Compound is now following. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Oh, is this an actual... This might be another whole square. Yep, sure is. Excellent. Slightly too big, but that's okay. I'm doing real well this morning. I'm just kind of chilling and cutting fabric to prep for quilting. Oh, this side is what I want. I am right-handed. Someday I will figure out how this works. Yep, so the picture that's up here in the corner is the pattern that I'm working on. I've got quite a few blocks for it already done. Like I said, I'm just cutting more fabric to prep for more. I'll probably switch over to doing some of the actual sewing here in a bit. But I was getting in a good groove of cutting, and I've always got more fabric to cut, so figured I would continue on in that vein for a bit. Thank you. Yeah, it's so if you see the little hexagon bits that are in between the stars, that's a block called Grandmother's Flower Garden. And it's really simple. It's a central hexagon with a ring of hexagons around it, and then another ring of hexagons around that. And it's really lovely and classic, and you can make an entire quilt out of just those round blocks, which is called a Grandmother's Flower Garden. But I found this variation that has the stars interspersed in it. And I really, really like it. So it's sort of it is a twist on a very classic quilt pattern. The fabrics that are pictured in that picture are not the ones that I'm using. But I am trying to go pretty vintage with my fabrics as well. This will be a gift for my brother and sister-in-law. So I'm going for kind of like a more rustic sort of farmhouse feel, hopefully, is the goal. And the color palette is going to be blues and greens and orange. Again, hoping to go for sort of warm and rustic. Yep, that's 2.5. Excellent. Kupo! Hey, Kuma. Good morning. Finally making coffee. It's been a slow morning. Learning to quilt is really fun. If you have basic sewing skills, it can be easier to learn. And it really depends on what a lot of people don't realize is there's actually a lot of different methods of quilting. Like the specific thing that I'm doing is a method called English paper piecing, which is all done by hand. But you can patch on machine. You can do it by hand if you want to, if you're crazy like me, but you can totally do it all on machine. Quilting tends to look a lot more complicated than it actually is. My recommendation would be to start with squares, just squares, and just start seaming them together to sort of figure out what you're doing. And then you can sort of work up in complexity from there. Trying to figure out the seam allowance and make sure it all ends up right. Yeah, that is definitely the bit that can get really confusing. That's why I would say start with squares first. And just kind of work on seaming squares together until you kind of, you'll figure out sort of how the seam allowance works and how it should feel. And then you can start doing a little bit more complex things. I really should iron this bit, but that's okay. My iron is across the room. I can iron the individual pieces later if I need to. Bigger squares or smaller squares? Probably bigger to start. Again, just to figure out the feel of it. Doing something like a throw pillow cover might be really easy, like a really easy small project, so that you can learn the basics and learn how it feels. So these squares that I'm cutting now are 2.5 inch. I would say you can go bigger than that. You can actually buy quilting fabric that's pre-portioned in 5-inch squares. They're called charm packs, and those are all pre-cut. You wouldn't need to do any cutting at all. You could just work on seaming those together and learn the sewing first. The thought process behind the design colors. Yeah, like there's so much creativity that can go into quilting, and it's so individualized based on your style, right? Like, given the freedom to choose fabrics, you could hand me and you the exact same quilt pattern, and we could pick totally different fabrics, and it would turn out into totally different quilts, just because of the different colors and patterns that we chose. Ah, some fat quarters you bought. Yeah, fat quarters are another great way to start. Yeah, I'd say just like 4 or 5-inch squares, make them all the same size, just so it's really easy and uniform. And just jump in and practice. Like, I definitely get it that the thought of cutting the fabric and sewing it and not being able to reverse it is terrifying. But that's how you learn, is by actually jumping in and doing the things. Pork in oven, excellent, Kits. Good to hear it. Do you need to have a walking foot? Not for patching. So quilting is sort of two different processes that get rolled together. So there's making the quilt top, which is the actual process of sewing your patches together. That you can do on any old machine. You can do it by hand, you can do it, you don't need a walking foot for that part, because usually the way that you do it is you're just sewing the raw seams together. So for instance, if I was going to attach these two pieces together, what I would do is I would turn them over so that they're right sides together, line up the edges, and then I would just sew a straight seam along this edge. And then once that seam is sewn, you can flip it open, iron it so that that seam is set, and then keep building out from there, right? So that you can just do on a normal machine because you're just doing straight seams, sewing the fabric together. When you have your quilt top made and you've got, all of your pieces together and you put the backing on it, that's when you're actually doing the quilting process. You can do that with just a regular machine too, if you're doing straight lines. Like if you've got your quilt back and whatever batting and then your quilt top and you're just feeding it through the machine in a straight line, you can use a regular foot, no problem. It's if you're gonna do, like, if you want to try to do the fancy quilting patterns, like you see the swirly ones or the weird wiggly ones, that's when you need a walking foot. Because of the way that a quilt machine works, if you watch a machine work, it's got the little like jagged pieces at the bottom that you see come up and down, and that's what's actually feeding the fabric and pulling it through the machine. Those only go in straight lines. So if you're trying to move your fabric and wiggle it around while those are going, you're gonna get weird pulls and twists in your fabric. So if you're going to be going in non-straight lines, that's when you need a walking foot, and you need a machine that has the ability to drop those pieces down so that they're not pulling your fabric, which not all machines have, unfortunately. But yeah, you can absolutely quilt in straight lines, no problem. That's part of why I quilt a lot of baby blankets that I make in straight lines, because then I don't have to mess with a walking foot or anything. I can just feed it straight through. Yeah, no problem. I always I love talking about quilting. What would be cool? A machine that you could feed jelly rolls or other long strips of fabric into that you could set to cut squares off of at set intervals to speed cut consistent squares. That would be really nice. I'm not sure how it would work. What is the standard width between lines? I think usually about an inch to an inch and a half. Like, you want them to be pretty close together so that everything gets held together really well. If your lines are too far apart, you're gonna get puffiness, if that makes sense. So like usually when I'm doing it, I go inch and a half. It's also part of why when I'm talking, I try to make the distinction between patchwork and quilting, because it actually is two different processes. The quilting is the actual attaching multiple layers together. Like if you get a puffy down vest for winter that has like the lines on it, that's why it's called a quilted vest, because it's got the quilting process in it. Whereas technically, when you're making the quilt top and just sewing all of your fabric pieces together, that's not quilting, that's just patchwork. That's just sewing. The quilting process is the actual sandwiching them together and then sewing to make sure they stay. It all kind of gets lumped together when people talk about quilting. But yeah. Yeah, I love to hand sew. Luckily, sewing doesn't hurt my hands too much. Cross stitch does. I can't. I love cross stitch as well, and I can't do that for too long because it'll start hurting my hands. Set of rollers that after a set rotation stops, triggers a rotary blade to roll over and back and then continues. Oh, that would be interesting. Are you gonna build me one, Yalk? It must already be a thing though. My only question would be then, how would you keep the fabric from slipping? Either sideways or front and back. A silicone roller might help, because the fabric would kind of tack to it. That's what I have a wife for, do all the cross stitch that I can't. Yeah, maybe. Rollers on both sides of the cut to hold it in place. Yeah, that, okay. Okay. Yeah, that would work. I can see Yalk prototyping in his head. Husband loves to cross stitch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my wife does a lot of cross stitching. I do some, but I do a lot more sewing and crochet. At that point, you'd probably just look up the industrial sized version and try to miniaturize it. I don't know if it uses, I don't know if the industrial ones would use rollers or if it would be a stamp press. Like when they do, like when they make charm packs and stuff. I don't know if it would be a roller or if they would just have the giant sheets of fabric that move through and then their, you know, square cuts, a grid cutter comes down. I could see it working either way. Speaking of Kara, doesn't she does still have a paint job to do on stream. It's just every Tuesday lately she's either had something else going on or been too tired. She definitely still has a paint job to do on stream because I keep having to move the plate with the figures on it back and forth from my desk to my table because I don't have anywhere else to put it. Sooner or later. She even bought new paint. She is ready to go when she actually hits a Tuesday where she feels like streaming. I'd assume both types exist. Yeah, probably. Oh, congrats on the vanilla Ikuma. Ice cream, ice cream. Should also make a device that lets you cut long strips of fabric at the same time. Like you feed in a 16-inch piece of fabric and 4 rotary blades. Slice it into 4 4-inch strips. Neat. You would have to have extremely sharp blades though. Or Yeah, because I'm just imagining as the fabric. No, let me put the guard on this. I'm just imagining like as the fabric is feeding in, it bunching instead of like cleanly cutting. So you'd have to have them be very sharp or, well, downward pressure for sure. But it would definitely be an interesting thing to prototype. See, I was smart enough to put the guard back on before I did that. Okay. Let's do another one. This might just turn into a fully fabric cutting stream, but I'm okay with that. Again, I have plenty of fabric to cut. So that I can actually cut with the right side. Oops. Cut with the right side out so everyone can see how pretty this is. Just doing some hand stretches here. There we go. Okay. Long ruler. Okay, 2.5. I definitely need to put a sharper blade on this. It also doesn't help that I'm cutting on a stiff piece of cardboard on my lap instead of a table. Yeah, I really like this one. I really like scrap quilting, so a lot of this is like, it's not all from the same line, it's just kind of ones that I thought were really nice that match the color theme that I'm going for this blanket. go downstairs and grab one of Kara's knife sharpeners from the kitchen. I mean, theoretically, I can sharpen this blade. It is a steel blade. Actually, so funny. So this template, the edge of it here, it's really worn down now, and is no longer functional. But this edge was a rough metal that was meant to, when you were cutting along it, it would actually sharpen the blade as you cut. But this template is so old, it's so worn down, and it's no longer functional. But that is a thing that they have built into some of the templates, which I find really neat. Alright, fabric. 2.5. 2.5. There we go. Another recommendation I see a lot if you don't have like a knife sharpener or something is tinfoil. Get a sheet of tinfoil and like fold it over itself until it's like a chunk with a bunch of layers of tinfoil, and then cut that with your rotary cutter. And cutting through the layers of tinfoil is supposed to help sharpen it. Keyword being supposed to help. I don't know that it actually... Oh, that works for hole punches as well? Interesting. I mean, it makes sense. Get this fabric. There we go. You can put some foil in the big hole punches and do it. It sharpens them. It's really temporary. Same for scissors. Oh, that makes sense. Sort of gives it a little bit of an edge back, but it's not going to last that long. Good in a pinch. Yeah, that makes sense. I do actually have extra blades for this. They're just over in my table drawer. Across the room is just so far away. It is. Sasha absolutely agrees with you. She's downstairs on one of the shelves. When I went down to grab chicken fingers, I stopped and petted her. And she kind of rolled over and blinked sleepy eyes at me, and then immediately just went back to sleep, so. Dinner time, according to Sasha, was a long time ago. I mean, to be fair, dinner was 5 p.m. yesterday, so it was a long time ago. But then again, she also tries to tell us at 6 p.m. that dinner was a long time ago. I'm kind of surprised she hasn't come upstairs to say hi. But she must just be sleepy today. The weather is kind of gross and rainy out today, so I don't blame her for wanting to lay around. I will also probably lay around and nap once I'm done stream. Oh, slowpoke. Ugh. The one downside of this lap board, having to reach over it to reach my... Oh, I'm out of Pokeballs. Oh well, that's okay. Feed me. You have food in your dish, but it's all the way over there. Feed me. Yeah, especially since Sasha's food bowl is upstairs. So if she's downstairs and happens to be kind of hungry, she really doesn't want to have to go all the way upstairs. She would rather I just give her more wet food here in the kitchen now. Typing continues to be worse than normal. It's fine. I knew what you meant. Poor Urianger. There's a lot of poor Urianger moments. Oh, he does. A lot of them do. But yeah, him especially. To be honest, Urianger is one of my favorite characters now. Like, he was always just kind of okay. But in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, he gets more focus and really comes into his own, and he is one of my favorite characters now. I love him. Almost to the end of Heavensward MSQ. Depends on how much level 60 content there is. I think you are at the end of Heavensward. I think you're in the interpatch stuff. You're in the stuff that was like the 3.2, 3.3, the stuff that was between Heavensward proper and the start of Stormblood, if you're where I think you are. So yeah, you're getting closer. If you're in the stuff with the Warriors of Light. Yeah, Azizla. Oh, okay. No, you are just at the end of... You're on your way to Azizla for the first time or the second time? Oh, right, if they just did... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're getting... Okay, I know where you are now. The issue with this is Urianger is the one the rest of them go to for said therapy. Yeah. Yeah, don't do that, guys. Okay. Yeah, I think I know where you are now. Yeah, I missed earlier when you said that you were just doing 59 stuff. Okay, yeah, I know where you are. You're in for some fun stuff coming up. Excelsior says this shining figures. Right! It's such a mood whiplash. It's like, thank you, yes, the Star Trek reference is appreciated. Thanks. I just remember being like, wait, did I hear that right? Okay, fine, I guess. Oh, Great Football Library is fun. That continues to be one of my favorites. Shining Finger will pierce the heavens is a G Gundam reference, but I think in game they actually make. I think Alphino makes a Star Trek reference, doesn't he? Okay, next. Oh yes, more fruits. Yeah, I thought so. Alphino goes full Picard. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. I just kind of did a double take at my screen. Okay, sure. This is fine. Oh, they folded this one sideways. Come on, guys, be consistent. Let's do it this way. This one has more fruit. Here's my salvage line. Love the strawberries. I know. Strawberries, little cherries. There's blueberries, blackberries, and it looks like raspberries. Also, hi, Mom. This is all stuff for Andrew and Cassidy's quilt. I just have a bunch that still needs to be cut, so I figured I would do some cutting. Because otherwise it doesn't get done unless I'm doing it on stream. One second, I have a cat hair in my eye. She's not even up here. Oh, did I get it? There we go. Stupid fine fluffy cat hair. Hi, Dad. Okay, guys, my parents are watching. Behave. I mean, no, I'm an adult. They can deal with it. There we go. Behave. Butts. Fat chance at that. I mean, yeah, fair enough. I do remember saying that. I don't remember exactly what it was in reference. Oh, right. We were talking about chicken fingers. And I remember as a kid, I was like, but chickens don't even have fingers. And you were just like, deal with it. I was that bratty kid. But why do they call it chicken fingers? Chickens don't even have fingers. was. I mean, now I'm a bratty adult. I acknowledge I am no longer a child. Oh, come on. Note, I don't say that I've grown up. I just say that I'm no longer a child. There we go. I'm not going to cut too much of this one because I don't think I'm going to end up using a lot of it. Because I do have the other fruit fabrics. I just got this one because I really liked it. And I figured even if I didn't end up using a ton of it in Andrew and Cassidy's quilt, I would use it for something. Still bratty? Uh-huh. Luckily, Kaylee likes me that way. That's always what we say. Whenever one of us makes like a really bad joke or a terrible pun or something, it's like, well, you married me. You knew what you were getting into. Kara is very good at horrible puns. I think I'm learning though. I don't remember what it was, but I managed to pull off a pun the other day that made her groan, and I was very proud of myself. I don't remember what it was now though. Ah yes, Bismarck, the white whale. Oh, Randus has redeemed a hydrate, and a stretch, and a burb. I will resolve burb. Oh, the other encounter with the battleship. Ah, yes. Oh, yeah. Yes. Right, Bismarck's earlier. I have hydrated. And now I will stretch. Everybody else should also hydrate and stretch. Oh, good stretch. Thank you, Randus. Do the thing with the knuckles. Carby looks like somebody stepped on his tail. I know! He's got such angry eyes right now. There we go. So mad. Aha! Thank you, Randus. See if we can get slightly less angry eyes. Yay! Kirby's happy again. Oh, very cute. Much better. Thank you, Randus. Much happier Carby. I guess whoever stepped on his tail apologized. This Carby just wants head pets? Yeah. And probably won't bite you for them. Previous Carby probably wanted head pets, but would definitely bite you. This can be ironed later. Ironing is probably my least favorite part of sewing, so whenever I can get away without ironing something, I do. Sometimes things just really have to be ironed to set in seams or to make sure that they're perfectly straight and level while you're sewing, but I hate ironing, so sometimes you just budget. Kara doesn't mind ironing, so sometimes I beg her. I'm like, I'll just sit here and sew. Can you iron the pieces for me in between, please? We have a small pile of tops right now that got washed and need to be ironed before they're hung up. And Kara has kindly volunteered to do the ironing for them. So they're sitting just kind of draped over my ironing board. I did. I had chicken fingers. Did you eat yet, Kits? Or is it still in the oven? I missed if you said you took it out. Awaiting oven completion? Okay. Hey, Kifa. Snowing? Ugh. It is not currently snowing here. It was last week, but then we got one day where it was like 4 degrees and raining, so it's all melted off. I'm sure we'll have plenty more soon enough. Do you guys often get snow? Or are you in the area of the Northwest where it doesn't so much? Yalks gifted a tier 1 sub to Kitty. Thank you. All you've seen there is rain. I mean, you're welcome to move north, Randus. We've been over this. Normally doesn't snow until March, so this is a bit odd. Oh, interesting. Is it a lot of snow, or is it just kind of in the air snow? Either way, grats on the snow, I guess? Depending on your feelings on snow. Fluffy and blowing and not sticking. I mean, fluffy is good. I like looking at snow, I just don't like being in snow. Yeah, exactly, Kifa. I love the way snow looks. Even here, people should know how to drive in snow, and every year they forget. Fool of a Lalafell? Yeah, that is definitely accurate wedge energy. Look, he's a sweetheart and he tries, okay? Trick is just don't drive. Yeah, but the problem is people around you still drive, and sometimes you're not even safe on the sidewalks. Sadly, the only places you can get away with not driving are big cities. Yeah. Orb friend! Oh, okay, yeah, you are where I thought you are. Orb friend is good minion. I had that as my minion for quite a long time. The accompaniment node minion, I presume. A good friend. You don't have a minion yet? You will get it as a minion. I don't think it's part of MSQ. I think it's one of the side quests. But you do actually get it as a minion. It is lovely. I love him. I think it's part of the Warring Trilab. Yeah, I think it's the side quest where you unlock Fractal Continuum or Fractal Continuum Hard, one of the two. But yeah, there is a minion version of it. Ooh, this fabric's soft. I like this one. Oh yay, and they folded this one in the correct direction. Nope, this is how I want it. Oh, another hydrate. I'm almost out of tea. Thank you. I have hydrated. Everybody else should also hydrate. But also, if there is much more hydration, I will have to briefly break to go get more tea. I am nearly out. Oh, and Yalk has redeemed a stretch to go with that hydrate. Thank you. I will do so. Everybody else should also stretch. Get up and move around a little bit if you can. Stop shrimping if you are. This goes for you as well, Yalk. You don't get out of it just because you're the one that redeemed it. There we go. Thank you. Kids, no. Unshrimp. No shrimping. Stop it. Don't make me get the spray bottle. Proceeds to shrimp? Oh no, that's the opposite of what I was asking. You've been shrimped? Okay. No spray bottle then. Shrimping foxes get the spray bottle. Shrimping yalps also get the spray bottle. And I know it works because the other day Sasha was being very rude and bitey. But miraculously, the moment we threatened her with the spray bottle, she somehow remembered how to behave. So it works even on the dumbest of cats. There we go. Ironing is future SJ's problem. I mean, mostly I just don't iron. When it's in a patch like this, it really doesn't matter because it's being folded around the paper piece. It's easy enough just to compensate. It makes it a little bit easier if it's pre-ironed, but it's not a necessity by any means. You want to lay flat there, fabric? She's not a poor cat goblin. She's spoiled rotten. We just occasionally have to remind her that she has manners. Or that she's supposed to have manners. poor baby who never gets to have fun, like nomming hair. Yeah. Oh no, we let her nom the hair. Or I should say I let her nom the hair. It is exclusively my hair. She's just so cute. Let Sasha be Gremlin. Most of the time we do. I think the threat of the spray bottle the other day was specifically because she was biting Jade's arm. Like, not for any reason, just because she was being aggressive. And that's what's not okay. She was just playing a little too rough, essentially. Trouble of being a tank. Consistently forgetting you have a 20% DPS boost with 33% uptime that you should just use on cooldown. I mean, there's so many buttons. If you forget one or two, it's not the end of the world. It's helpful, but not... As long as you're still doing the tanky things. That's the really important bit. You forget in the world ends, which is why you only play ranged DPS. I mean, hard same, Randus. Firearm fracturer. That sounds like a bad Google Translate. Yep, I also feel that, Randus. I keep saying I'm gonna actually put effort into learning tanking now that we can do it with duty support instead of having to actually learn with real players, but I still haven't put the time in to do it. Because what is time? Something that is spent at a deficit. Yeah, that sounds like time. Time is delicious. It's not my favorite. I always find it kind of bland. Like when you say rosemary, I know what rosemary tastes like. I know what basil tastes like. I don't necessarily think I know what thyme tastes like. Like, to me at least, it doesn't have a distinct taste of its own. It's just kind of what you throw on with all the other seasonings. I should lick a thyme just so that I know what it tastes like by itself. I mean, presumably thyme is already on the lickability scale, considering it is a nominally edible substance. Presumably plenty of people have licked thyme before. Nominally or nomibly, something along those lines. Kitsune's wordplay is like 10% chance of resonating, 90% chance of, there she goes again. I mean, both are good. And I'm pretty sure if Kitsune is anything like Kara, both are equally acceptable and the end goal. You want either applause or groans, but both are perfectly acceptable. Man, it is already 1:30. It does not seem that late. Why is there an emote for this? Oh, it's not my emote. At least not as far as I know, unless Merlin's been sneaking emotes in on me. Oddish! Oh, I'm out of Pokeballs. That's alright. There will be other Oddish. I do like Oddish quite a lot, though. I have trained multiple Blossom in my time. Oh, it's a standard emote? I mean, presumably many people would need bonked for many reasons, so I guess it makes sense. Twitch do be. Twitch do be like that. Oddish has been caught by Kuma. Excellent. Enjoy your small head of lettuce with legs. Enjoy your small side salad, I suppose? I always thought Oddish was like some kind of an onion. Which, like, I guess its name references radishes, but it's round. So I think as a kid, I always just kind of thought onion. Piling these up to the side. Let's do Along the lines of chicken fingers, fish fry is a baby fish. That's true. Oh, this one's also very soft. I like it. It is an odd radish. That's true. But allegedly not an onion. That was not a very precise cut at all. But that's okay. Again, this is why these are being used for English paper piecing and not anything more precise. If I was actually trying to make precise cuts, I would not be doing it on my lap. Nyam time? Excellent. Enjoy the nyams. What does an oddish taste like? Onion. Yeah, there we go. Done. That's why it's so odd. I mean, maybe odd radish because poison typing? Maybe. Good point. Ah, nope. Not in that direction, fabric. There we go. Oddish is poison type. It's poison grass. There were a lot of poison grass types in Gen 1. Nope, dual typing was Gen 1. A lot of stuff was introduced in Gen 2, but dual typing has been a thing all along. the Bulbasaur line, the Oddish line, the Bellsprout line are all grass poison. I think I'm forgetting one. I think there was a fourth one. I think Tangela was pure grass, but could learn poison powder. If I'm remembering correctly, but I could be wrong. Breeding was introduced in Gen 2. Shinies were introduced in Gen 2 because that was the first gen where you actually had color. Proper genders for anyone that was not Nidoran were introduced in Gen 2. Something about types that was absent in Gen 1. Yes, exactly. The physical special split. For the, I want to say for the stats it was Gen 2, but for the attacks and moves, yeah, I think it was Gen 3 or 4. Where they made it based on the move itself and not based on the typing. So for instance, in earlier generations, all fire attacks were special attacks. And it wasn't until like Gen 3 or 4 that they split it so that, okay, no, some fire attacks are special attacks and some fire attacks are physical attacks. But yeah, special attack and special defense were just one stat, the special stat, in Gen 1. And then I think in Gen 2 they split it into special attack and special defense separately. Yelk is getting old? No. Yelk, you're younger than me. So if you're getting old, I'm in trouble. An improved stat system with the former special stat being split into special attack and special defense is noted in Gen 2 changes. Okay, I thought so. I thought it was only Generation 1 where the special stat was a thing. Yeah, we're both younger than Randus. Randus is ancient. No, Yalk is just baby. Randus is fine. Yalk is too young. We revived Randus from a fossil we found in a cave. Oh no. Oof, we're getting old, but not as old as Guild Leader getting her medical degree. I mean, yeah, sounds correct. Gen 2 gave us Cyndaquil and Umbreon, so it's great. I mean, yes, it also gave us Totodile. And Electric Sheep, that's true. I adore Mareep. Kuma so old they played RO. Oh no. I mean... Yeah, Gen 2 is good. Gen 2 was Totodile and Mareep and Blossom. No comment on age. Yeah, guys, my mom's in chat. Yalk has nothing to complain about. All gens are good. The only ones that are mediocre are the ones that didn't add evolutions. I was thinking about this the other day. I think... because I was trying to decide which was my actual favorite. I'm really, really fond of Sun and Moon. I really like Alola. But, I mean, it's so hard to pick a favorite because I've been playing them for so long. Oh, I mean, that's fair, Randus. We have already determined we disagree on many Pokemon opinions. Which is perfectly fine. Black and White didn't have Eevee or Pika lines, and it's great. I need to go back and replay Gen 5, because I haven't... Sorry. I haven't replayed Black or White, or Black 2 or White 2, since they came out. It is on my list to do a replay of those. Because also the first time I played White was in Japanese. Because that was right around when I was starting to learn, so I bought a Japanese White cartridge to help with my reading skills, so I didn't catch a lot of what was going on. So I definitely need to go back and replay it. I mean, I did play it in English. I bought the English version as well, but then didn't play it nearly as much as some of the other generations. So yeah, it's definitely on my list to do a replay of probably either Black 2 or White 2 on stream. Yeah, that's fair, Kitsune. Like I said, I really like Alola. I really like Kalos. Shield and Sword was okay. So far, Scarlet and Violet are okay. But I definitely have a soft spot for Alola, Kalos, and Sinnoh. And Johto, to an extent. Scarlet and Violet is miles better than Shield and Sword. See, I feel the other way around. I think I like Shield and Sword better than Scarlet and Violet at this point. Especially with the Sword and Shield DLCs were really, really good. I really enjoyed the DLCs. The more I look at the Guardians, the more I wonder if Yoko Taro based the Yorha battlesuits off their uniform. I mean, maybe. It's also just kind of an aesthetic that was running through, especially like 5 years ago in Japan. There really isn't much story to Shield and Sword. I don't feel like there's much story to Scarlet and Violet right now either. Although again, I am not to the end game. But I feel like if you have to wait until the end game to have a story, that's probably not a great game. Also, again, this is a more personal thing. Absolutely personal opinion. Sorry. But the NPCs in Scarlet and Violet have not grabbed me nearly as much. Like, Nimona and Arvin and Penny, like, okay, sure. I'm not as grabbed by them as much as I was by, like, Hop and Sonia, and some of the NPCs from Shield and Sword. And that's honestly probably why Alola is one of my favorites, because I love the Alola NPCs. Like, Lily and Gladion and Hau are like some of my favorite Pokemon NPCs ever. Kukui is probably one of my favorite professors ever. Part of that is probably definitely influenced by the anime, because the Sun and Moon anime was so good. But it's really hard to separate that. But again, that's all just kind of my personal feelings on it. NPCs and like storyline and such are so subjective as to who likes what. Because like one of my other friends is like, yeah, Nemona's like my favorite Pokemon NPC ever. And I'm like, sure, that's totally valid for you. I'm glad you like her so much. I just don't as much. Found Hop to be very one note. See, that's how I feel about Nemona. Everyone can have favorites that differ and everyone can disagree. Oh yeah, exactly. Like, absolutely, everybody's entitled to their, especially something like Pokemon. Like, they've been going, it's kind of like the Final Fantasy games. They've been going for so long that they've had the opportunity to try so many different genres and so many different tones, that everyone can find different favorites, and that's perfectly fine. It's okay to not like things. Don't be a dick about things you don't like. Exactly. Also, Eevees are the cutest, but maybe you're just biased. Favoritism is subjective. In order to claim something as good or bad, you need an objectively measurable metric. Yeah, that's fair. I like that. I like that definition. Like, you can say, this game is bad because pacing, racism, you know, XYZ, terrible performance, whatever. Or this game is good because award-winning music, you know, well-written characters, whatever. But yeah, favoritism is very subjective. Did anyone else ever play Pokemon Conquests? I did, I never beat it, but I did play some of it. I just remember, I remember about the time it came out and was being announced, um, people on the internet were like, it can also be hard to go, well, game is bad just because you don't like it. Oh, for sure. I absolutely will admit that there's games that are very good games that I cannot stand for various reasons, but that's personal. It has to do with like my gameplay or my personal aesthetics or whatever. It's totally not related. Yeah, I remember when Pokemon Conquest was first coming out, people on the internet and on the English speaking internet were like, wait, why does this rando NPC get a shiny Rayquaza? That's so OP and broken. Who does he think he is? And other people were like, that's Nobunaga. He's kind of a big deal. Like, I think a ton, like, so much of the English-speaking fandom didn't realize that Pokemon Conquest was straight up a crossover. Because the Conquest games are not nearly as popular. And I think a bunch of them never even made it to North America. Like, a bunch of them are Japan only, I think. It's just that Pokemon Conquest got exported by dint of, well, Pokemon. Western audience, yeah, exactly. Western audiences always have so many bad takes because of the lack of cultural context. Exactly. And I mean, I'm sure it goes the other way too. We just don't hear about it as much. But yeah, it can be very amusing sometimes watching the Western news outlets or the Western news fandoms just completely miss the point of something. Yes, that's true. The main character in Conquest has a partner of Eevee and the choice of evolutions. I should go back and play more of that. Like I said, I played some and never beat it. One of the other NPCs has a partner, Jigglypuff. I remember Kara being very excited about that. It is also, Pokemon Conquest is also a turn-based strategy RPG with an emphasis on like positionals and high ground. Like if you've ever played Final Fantasy Tactics, or seen Final Fantasy Tactics, it's a very similar battle system to that. So it's not just your straight turn-based RPG. Oh, I haven't even finished Let's Go Eevee. The Pokemon Go style catch mechanic was really throwing me, and I was like, I'm gonna go play something else. 201. I'll finish up these last couple strips I cut and then call it a day. Thank you, friends, for hanging out. I was not expecting to cut fabric for the entire stream, but I got a lot done, so that is very, very good. Now I won't have to cut more fabric for quite a while. Theoretically. And this method is a little bit easier because it doesn't wreck my back the way bending over my table to cut fabric does. So, problem is committing to something for a while and actually completing it. Yeah, there's a ton of games I've started and not beaten. I definitely feel that, Kitsune. That's part of why I tend to play a lot of like idle games or like roguelites where I can pick it up for a little while, play some, and then put it down. And then pick it up in another like 4 months and not have to go, wait, where was I? What was the plot? What was I doing? It's very episode based, so by the end, each character gets their own story where they're the main character. Oh, cool. Burp. Eh. What's the matter, Randus? You don't want a licky licky? The line is just so creepy. I don't mind lick a tongue. I think lick a tongue is kind of cute. Lick a licky, not so much. They took it a little too far. Still not my favorite Pokemon by far, but I actually don't mind lick a tongue. Alright, one last strip here. Alright, there we go. So I will call it an afternoon there. Again, thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for keeping me entertained. Thank you to all my followers and subscribers. It's very much appreciated. I'll be back on Tuesday. Don't know if it'll be me or if it'll be Kara. Someday we'll get her to paint things. But otherwise I'll be here with something. Until then, stay safe. Everybody hydrate, stretch, all of the good stuff. Let me see. Yes, hydrate or the Jigglypuff will get you. Let's see. Is anyone up? Oh, huh. Surge isn't up. That's interesting. That's okay. I will send you toward ducks. The ducks are swimming.